need that mic. You are on Zoom here.
No,
But the people must hear me saying stuff.
it's for when he has
Oh,
to
is this a
talk.
live recording?
I'm trying to
No.
figure out something where we
Yeah.
can have the
Andre?
people. Margot, can you hear me? Okay,
No.
it's fine.
I can't hear you.
Can't hear you. So then I have to sit there when I do the switch off.
Where?
These presentations are here.
Good morning. You are all welcome to the joint portfolio committee, TTIC and DOT. My name is Mzwandile Masina, the chairperson of the TTIC, and my co-chair is Honorable Donald Silamlel. We are going to be co-chairing this particular meeting today, and thank you very much to all the invited entities, the leadership of the entities, and as well as the leadership of the department. Let me also greet our colleagues, members of parliament who are here, as well as members of the media and the public at large. This is a very, very important meeting that we are holding today. We will deliberate on the meeting, but firstly, we have the agenda before us. I would like to get the mover and seconder so that we can proceed with the meeting. Please introduce yourself on record so that we know who is moving and seconding. Honorable members, Member Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to both of you and the co-chair and colleagues and the entities. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Langa moves. Can I get a seconder? Member Kigaba.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Malus Kikaba. I second the move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The meeting is, the agenda is duly adopted. Can we get apologies? Over to you, Andre, and your colleague.
Chair, we have 4 apologies from our committee: Mr. Tambu, Mr. Chance, Ms. Webster, Mr. Mdluli, and an apology from Mr. Mabena from Transport Chair. Those are the apologies we receive.
No, thank you very much. The agenda is adopted. Thank you very much with those apologies. It's going to take a lot of time. That's why we're using the list. Yeah, for the purposes of saving time, we have a list of who's here, so, and you'll just help us as and when you present to quickly introduce your team so that we don't spend a lot of time. We're main here. Even the honorable members will also be introducing themselves. The purpose of the joint meeting with Portfolio Committee on Transport is to understand factors driving pricing within the budget airlines industry. Furthermore, to determine what steps the TTIC, Competition Commission, and the National Consumer Commission have taken or are considering taking to determine whether there has been a non-compliance with Consumer Protection Act or Competition Act that may negatively affect consumers as well as the affordability of in the industry. The committee also invited the Department of Transport, Air Traffic and Navigation Services System, the South African Civil Aviation Authority, as well as the Airport Company of South Africa to engage on the following issues: the role in the determination of charges, fees, or tariffs, cost imposed on the airlines, what charges, fees are imposed, and the purpose of those fees, of the charges or fees or tariffs charged by entities, what influence the charges, and lastly, if there is difference in charges imposed on low-cost airline vis-a-vis other carriers, what you would refer to as a full-service airline. You'll know that the airline industry in South Africa emerged since 1929, very, very small, and subsequently from the Union Airline, subsequently the government took it over, and the story of the SAA is what gave evolution of the industry, together with other small industry like the airlines like the Bob airline, as well as the other small airlines that were there at that particular time. And we know that this particular industry was deregulated at the height of the negotiations, and the assumptions that were given there during the deregulation was basically in the interest of consumers, that things were going to be much better for our consumers. As we know today, there's a consequence that things have gotten worse, and we are duty bound as the servants of the people of South Africa to find out all the other related complaints that we have been getting through, because we are serving the people of this country. So we are very happy that all the institutions have come in terms of our procedure. Whatever conversation we are going to have today is going to lead to us making a determination whether or not to call the other airlines. And I must say that since the deregulation in 1990, there's been about 21 airlines that came and went, and only 7 of them are operating in South Africa, and would like to understand factors affecting all those issues, as well as some of the key issues around the charges that are there, and how transparent are we as the public institutions with regard to those issues. And I will allow members of the committee to engage fully. We really have to stick to time because we've got quite a number of presentations, and I've seen all the presentations, they're not too long. We will make sure that we take them through, so we will operate within the allocated time so that we can give committee sufficient time to engage. I will now invite the Commissioner of the Competition Commission to open the address, who is going to take us through Ms. Doris Zipe, who's the Commissioner, and then if you can just go through your presentation within the allocated time. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable co-chairs and honorable members of parliament and other colleagues. It's an absolute privilege to be here. Chair, I'm here with Deputy Commissioner Hadin Rachisusu. I know he's here in another capacity, but please remember he's the Deputy Commissioner of the Competition Commission, and Acting Deputy Commissioner and Chief Economist of the Commission, Mr. James Hodge. Chair, I'm going to go straight into it just so we don't waste time, and I'm assuming everyone knows the Commission, so I'm not going to go to give a brief overview of the Commission. The overview of the presentation, there are essentially 4 parts, Chair, that I'm going to speak to. The difference between full-service carriers and low-cost carriers, what we call budget airlines, the evolution of the market, the implication and impact of that, and some of the cases as the Commission that we have been dealing with and what our insights on those cases have been. Chair, in respect of the full-service carrier and low-cost carrier differences, we've sought to highlight only 3 parts: the strategic focus, the fleet utilization, and the ticket pricing. And I'm sure our colleagues from transport will go into this a little bit more. In relation to strategic focus, often the full-service carrier focus their business model more on network profitability, whilst a low-cost carrier will prioritize route profitability, focusing on high-volume routes, and in South Africa it will be more like the Joburg Cape Town route or Joburg Durban route. In terms of fleet utilization, a full-service carrier operates multiple aircraft types to accommodate different types of routes, densities, and higher frequency, whilst a low-cost carrier tries to stick to one type of large aircraft to minimize costs and sweat those assets. In relation to pricing, the full service carrier ticket price are higher than that of a low-cost carrier, as their costs are higher and ancillary services are included in the actual price. Whereas competition among low-cost carriers matter from a pricing point of view, and so they separate themselves from the full service carrier, and that's their pricing become a little lower. In terms of evolution of the market, and I think this is important to remember that pre-COVID, there was generally quite a healthy competition among low-cost carriers in the high-density route, and I want to emphasize that. The three major low-cost carriers at the time, Kulula, Mango, and Surf Air, they each had a sizable market share, I think around 18%, and hence had similar efficiencies and costs along the way. Similarly, for full service carrier, there was competition between SAA and ComAir on higher density national routes and regional routes, but more limited competition on low density national and regional routes, which are mostly operated by SAA Link, SAM Air, and SA Express. As a result of COVID, there was a lot of restructuring of both the SA low-cost carrier and full service carrier airline market, resulting in far less effective competition. During COVID, SAA and ComAir both downscaled their then ceased operation, including their low-cost carriers, Mango and Kulula, and SA Express, as you all know, ceased to operate. What this did was effectively it left Fly, Surf Air, Air Link, and SAM Air, which all expanded their capacity, but to some extent. The closure of the two largest airlines did provide scope for the entry of lift, but this was to a limited route of the Joburg Cape Town one, and scale was also a little lower. Post-COVID, what we saw is both SAA and ComAir tried to return to the market, but not as effective competitors. ComAir tried to buy back lost market share, but lacked the cost efficiency and ultimately collapsed, removing both a full service carrier and a low-cost carrier in the form of Kulula from the market. SAA returned, but it has been at a much smaller scale and without a Mango, which is still in business rescue, as I understand. Fly, Surf Air, and Air Link have continued to expand, but putting more capacity onto routes and expanding into new routes, with Lift and SAM Air doing so too, but both of those doing so at a smaller scale. What this has done, it has left the market less competitive than the pre-COVID time. For low-cost carrier, you have Fly, Surf Air, which holds a pretty dominant position, with the only competition in this respect coming from lifts. From a full-service carrier point of view and smaller regional routes, Air Link and SAA and SAM Air operate, but on the smaller routes, there's often only Air Link and SAM Air. Chair, we provided this graph which shows you the pre- and post-COVID picture. I'm not going to go into it, but you can see, Chair, where SAA pre-COVID and ComAir, where they were including their low-cost carrier operators. And as you move into the post-COVID time, you see Fly, Surf Air much bigger in the blue, and Air Link also expanding, and SAA still much smaller there in compared to where it was at during pre-COVID time, and totally a removal of ComAir there, Chair. Chair, I'm going to speak about some of the investigations here that we did. The first one, it was in 2022, following the exit of ComAir. What the commission did, you will recall, immediately after ComAir announced its exit, was to send messages and warnings to the remaining airlines not to exploit the situation by charging higher prices, and indicated that margins should remain the same as they were in the months prior to ComAir's exit. The commission in this time monitored prices and margins for 6 months, and this deterred, we believe, abuses, as the commission found that none of the airlines raised margins, apart from some that were loss-making prior to ComAir's exit. However, the exit, ComAir's exit, coincided with the oil price shock following the Russia-Ukraine war, which meant that fuel costs were higher. They actually more than doubled on a monthly basis, causing higher costs and hence pricing at the time. The monitoring of the prices did reveal that there are significant cost differences between airlines, which means that full-service carriers and lift are not in a position to materially constrain Fly South Air from a pricing point of view. Full service carriers operate smaller aircraft with less frequency and efficiency, even on major routes. And that lack of scale and frequency of lift also makes it less efficient, and therefore difficult for it to constrain Fly South Air. The difference in efficiency and cost is reflected in several predation complaints that were laid by Lyft against the other operators, which the commission investigated and found that they were without merit. The first one in 2021 was Lyft complaint against ComAir in the form of Kulula, their budget airline. And the next one was in 2023, where Lyft complained, lodged a predation case against South Air, also a low-cost carrier. And both of these cases were found to have been without merit, and they were non-referred. As you know, Chair, that predatory pricing for purposes of this would refer to an airline pricing its ticket on a particular route below the average variable, average avoidable cost to provide services on that route. And what these complaints actually indicate, most likely, they reflect that Lyft's own cost exceeds the pricing of its rivals more than a predatory pricing on their rivals point. That is at least what our investigation showed at the time. Where are we at, Chair? And this is my last slide. Currently, the market structure suggests that there are limited constraints on Fly South, as I've said. Lyft is not of the same scale as and that, as we all know, is the only other low-cost carrier and should be the one to constrain Fly South Air. FSC full-service carriers operate at a higher cost than low-cost carriers in general, and that also means they are unlikely to constrain pricing of Fly South Air as well. The market has evolved with low-cost carriers now attracting business travelers and time-sensitive customers that want frequency on routes as the low-cost carriers now dominate overall capacity on the major routes and offer the frequency that a full-service carrier used to offer, and the flexibility to change flights, even at an additional cost. Chair, I think to say that the nature of the airline market means it is costly for an airline with small market share to buy market share through putting a lot of more capacity on the route, as they will have to carry losses for a period. It is easier for an airline with an existing large share to push more capacity. This means that the structure is sticky or can be, and full service carriers may achieve this easier if traffic from international and regional flights is directed to their domestic flights. And we've seen Airlink and Sam Air have both done local carrier deals with global airlines. And so, Chair, just in conclusion, our view is that you're likely to see change, particularly in the low-cost carrier market, if we were to see entry. And expansion, so reintroduction of a mango, expansion by lift. Those are the kind of interventions that are likely to constrain a dominant firm of the kind of Surf Air in the market, particularly on high density routes. On low density routes, Chair, and I think when we were here in November, that was one of the areas that you were raising about. I think there we could be looking at some of a pricing concern, and that's where there could be some intervention. But Chair, I think I will end here and thank you for the opportunity, and I hope I kept to my time. We are available for any questions, Chair. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Commissioner. Thanks, Honorable Masina. I think what we'll do, we'll then take a presentation from transport and the entities, and then from there we'll take other presentation, then we'll then have discussions and questions in line with the program at that particular time. So I'm going to request from the Department of Transport, our DDG for Aviation, Ms. Mse, to come on board and make presentation, and we take it on that particular note. Of course, it will be followed by ATNS. Nicholas, are you guys ready? DDG?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to co-chairs and members, and the CEOs in the room, the Commissioner and colleagues. I'm the Acting Deputy Director General responsible for civil aviation. And my name is
if DDG,
Elizabeth
if you could speak to the mic, because...
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Elizabeth Mphe, the Acting DDG for Civil Aviation from the Department of Transport. And I will just do a presentation from the department that will be setting the scene for the presentations that will then be done by the department's entities. So if we can go to the next slide, please.
If we could allow you to sit here, so that you can be able to not call next slide, but do next slide yourself.
Okay, thank you.
I think it will be helpful for both of us. Yeah. And all our presenters, no, the others, will you be able to do it there? Okay. Yeah, and that will be the process for everyone. When you come to present, you'll have to sit here so that you can manage your own presentation. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So this will be a very short presentation. We'll look at, obviously we know why we are here, the purpose of why we are here. We'll talk to the deregulated South African air transport market. And lastly, we'll then touch on the market access. So the entry into the market, like when our airlines want to enter into the market. And mainly the purpose of the presentation is to brief this joint sitting on the department's position regarding the determination of charges, fees, tariffs, and costs. And in terms of the deregulated air transport market, so before 1990, the market was not deregulated. So the tariffs were regulated, and this was mainly due to the absence of effective market forces within the domestic aviation industry. And then 1990, the South African air transport market was then deregulated. So the airlines then were able to offer any fares they deemed necessary to attract business, while obviously maintaining a profitable operation. So under a deregulated market, the market forces then determines the commercial opportunities and the ultimate number of airlines that are then able to operate a commercially sustainable air service. And in a deregulated market, we then have the Competition Commission, and that's a mechanism where other airlines are then able to file a complaint where they see any anti-competitive behavior in terms of fares that are charged by their competitors. So in 2017, Cabinet approved the National Civil Aviation Policy, and then the policy reaffirmed the position that was taken in 1990, where the reaffirmation was that the airline pricing will then remain deregulated, with the primary principle being that the market should continue determining the prices, and obviously this is subject to the general control over economic activities applicable to all industries, including the Competition Act. And this stance worked very well because there was competition in the market, and because of the competition in the market, the airlines' fares were slightly lower. However, as indicated by the Commissioner, COVID then interrupted the setup that existed when this position was confirmed. And in terms of how airlines are then allowed to enter, to access the market, we have the Air Services Licensing Act. This is the act that actually mandates the Air Services Licensing Council to issue air services licenses to airlines that wants to operate air services within the country, and for airlines to provide a safe and reliable air service. This is mandated in the Air Services Licensing Act. And when the council looks at the airlines wanting to operate services, the council looks at the financial and operational requirements of airlines. And we then have our safety regulator, the South African Civil Aviation Authority. They then look at when an airline applies for an air service license, the CAA will then look into the technical matters where the emphasis is on safety related issues and also security to a certain extent. And this is where the presentation ends, Chair. So the recommendation is for the joint sitting to note the stance of the department when it comes to how charges, fees, tariff, and cost are determined. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I think as you may be aware, when the co-chair Masina was articulating, there are specific 4 questions that we think your entities must assist us in answering. And I think, Sesmpomi, you are next. If you could take us through, the Chief Executive Officer of Airport Companies of South Africa. Over to you. And thanks, DDG. You have arrived, Honorable Maduna. If you are ready, you can shoot.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. Let me recognize the presence of the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition and honorable members here present. A very good morning to the colleagues as well who are here. And thank you for the privilege of being able to come and make this presentation to you. We will attempt to make it as brief as possible, Chairperson, and stick to the key questions and the salient features that have been raised. The outline of the presentation will really take you through the funding mechanism for Airports Company South Africa in the context of the economic regulation framework globally. And then we talk to the airport charges benchmarking and the airport charges guiding principles. And lastly, we will not spend too much time, but it's just to bring to the attention of the honorable members the economic regulation bill. It has been signed by the president, it's proclaimed, and that process really is for information more than it is for us to take you through it. It has certain implications on how we'll continue to operate, but in a sense, it is really for information. And let me apologize in advance here, I've added one slide that's not in the copied version, but I thought it was actually important just to capture the global framework of how we operate and how we're regulated. So in the presentation, there's just one additional slide that's not in your pack. My apologies for that. We just thought we take things for granted that honorable members have a context, and this particular context is important. Firstly, we just start by outlining what Airports Company South Africa does. We are legislated in terms of the Airports Act 44 of 1993, and we are legislated to own and operate 9 of South Africa's airports. According to the South African Civil Aviation Authority, there's 100 licensed aerodromes in the country. But according to an assessment that was done many years ago in 2007, there are 1,500 aerodromes of one sort or another, right down to gravel roads with roofs. So if we understand the context, AXA only does the 9 of the biggest, the most commercial. We also have arrangements with municipalities that allow us to manage their airports. We have a management contract with Richards Bay. We have an MOU with Vanderboom in Tshwane. We also have an MOU with Polokwane, and that's just in addition to our legislated portfolio. We are constantly being asked by municipalities and provinces that own the rest of the airports to assist them in managing, but we go into management contracts in order to be able to do so. This is the picture of what we inherited in 1993 as Airports Company, and this is just to remind us all of how the evolution of airports has happened over the years. This is largely what the 3 airports look like, and it's really this mechanism of the charges, the tariffs, that has funded the transition through a CAPEX program that has moved us from that picture of before to that after. And if we see that, we'll then understand exactly how the capital investment program works in order to shift and ensure that the asset of airports meets world-class standards and is able to operate at a global level competitively. The first part that I'll deal with, Honorable Chairpersons, is the International Civil Aviation Organization and their policy on airport charges. And this just relates to the part that relates to the airport charge that constitutes part of the ticket price and how that is set globally and the policies that basically guide that. This is the additional slide I didn't have before, and it's really just to illustrate the global framework for members to really understand that we are governed by the United Nations body that governs civil aviation organization, and that basically has 192 contracting member states. On the left-hand side, within that organization, Accounts and Airport Council International that guides all airports, and airports are members of the ACI International. We also have an African branch called Airports Council International Africa, which has 75 member airports, and we as AXA sit with our 9 airports as part of the 265 airports that are managed within ACI Africa. AFCAC is the AU, African Civil Aviation Commission, that then supports and guides the work of the civil aviation organization, the Department of Transport, and they all report as a contracting member state into ICAO. At AFCAC, there are 54 African Union members. And then on the right-hand side is the International Air Transport Association, which is IATA, which is the body voluntarily established of Association of Airlines. And that also has an African branch called AFRA, which is the African version of Airports Association. And then underneath that is BASA and ASA, the South African ones that I guess you would meet in your further interaction. And this is just to really give you a framework of how the entire civil aviation space works, starting from the United Nations bodies. And the policies and discussions and operations are really managed through this particular framework. We then sit as an airport managed or working within the context of ACI, but also guided by Department of Transport and CAA in our own environment. And just to talk you through the issue of economic regulation at a global level, we've recently had a review of a long-standing policy called Document 9082. We had a process over two years, which was really intended to ensure that we are relevant after COVID. The ravishing effects of COVID led to the review of this document. But fundamentals of the policy of economic regulation globally have not been changed. They're still based on the building blocks model, which was adopted in 1974. And part of what they actually establish as a principle is that operators are not going to be able to set aero charges as they please, given the increased competition for amongst airports because of the airline countervailing power. And what has actually emerged, which is significant in this respect, is the growth of the hubs in the Middle East, which have created greater competition for more airport hubs. And by definition, that means you really can't charge what you want, and you do not have monopoly on charging because of the external competition that comes from other airports. You charge more, airlines just shift to the cheaper airport, and it's better for them to use the cheaper airport than yourselves. What we've actually seen over the period is unprecedented drops such as brought by COVID, which has basically forced us all to reconsider the economic impact of such events on airports. And as such, one of the important things is just really to ensure we are able to foster competition, protect consumers, and incentivize investment in capacity and service capacity. Doc 9082 then specifically also does a number of things. One, it recognizes the importance of the financial situation of airports and the economic situation in countries, which actually impacts on performance, regional and global economies. And that relationship between the economies and their impact on airports is one that's recognized by that, and the financial situation is the resultant of. The second is that the ICAO Council also recommends that states impose charges that are only for services and functions that are provided for, directly related to, ultimately beneficial for civil aviation operations. And they must refrain from imposing charges which discriminate against international civil aviation in relation to other modes of international transport. The charges collection is something that we do between ourselves and the air navigation services such as ATNS, and the functions are supposed to be followed through by national legislation, transparent cost recovery system which is fair and equal treatment of all users, and has precise and correcting accounting, credit control and enforced procedure matters. Economic oversight is then required by states to have economic oversight over these particular areas, and in our situation we have an economic regulation committee prescribed at ICAO level but implemented in South Africa in the form of the the regulating committee that governs what we do. With respect to economic oversight, I think what's important in commercialization and privatization, ICAO recommends that the purpose of that economic oversight would be to minimize risk for airports, ensure non-discriminatory and transparent application of charges, ascertain that investments in capacity meet the requirements and that they meet the interest of passengers and other end users. And I think that's an important principle as well that's been adopted. In development of revenues from concessions and rental premises, and this relates specifically to our non-aeronautical revenue, The exception of concessions are directly associated with the operation of airports, and that the full development of revenues will be encouraged in keeping with the moderation of prices to the public. And all those are principles that drive what we do. There are studies that are undertaken to actually ensure that all airports that are members of ACI stick by those. So how do these airport charges actually work? A study was done to show you the benchmark and the analysis of how airport charges have actually applied over the period. And what the study indicates is clearly that global airport charges per passengers have on average actually declined by approximately 20% in real time in the last 5 years up to 2019. What we really are here to clarify is that contribution of the airport charges to the overall ticket price. And what we're able to show here in the bottom picture is that on average, as a result of that, this is at a global level, airport charges constitute 5.1% of the total airfare charge. And therefore, by definition, that shows at a global level, we'll be able to come and deal with it at our own local level. And therefore, the assumption that ticket prices are inflated by the contribution of airport charges, as airports globally, we always argue that this notion is false, because our contribution is minimal. What we can also demonstrate is that airport charges have been declining over the years. This is a typical distribution of airline costs, and what we really are here to illustrate is exactly that point. Highlighted is the airport charges, which contribute 4.9%, and we've just highlighted the air navigation ones that contribute 4.1%. The biggest cost driver for airlines, more recently indicated also by the Competition Commission, has been the cost of jet fuel, exacerbated by the Ukraine-Russia war, but also the instability in the Middle East, which really has had a disruptive effect on fuel and fuel costs. And this slide particularly shows that that fuel cost contributes about 33%. We've known for some time, particularly in the post-COVID era, that they've contributed about 30%, but there's evidence that shows that. But I think this slide is also useful to be able to see the cost structure for an airline and how it is that they run their business, in order to be able to see where we fit in and really what we're able to indicate as charges that are indicated here. What we also illustrate there is the passenger service charge that is 4.2%. In this particular slide, we then take the amount that we extract out of that percentage, and how it is used as revenue in the airport environment. And largely, what we're indicating is that our revenue breakdown constitutes of two elements: non-aeronautical revenue, which is contained in the multiple colored slices of that pie, and aeronautical revenue, which constitutes 58%, which is really the aeronautical revenue. Aeronautical revenue is the amount we derive from airlines for parking fees, landing fees, passenger fees, etc. And our non-aeronautical revenue is a revenue we derive from retail, car parking, car rental, advertising, utilities, properties, and other revenues. We also run hotels and properties and a whole lot of other non-commercial operations, even leasing of commercial property. And as such, the issue that it clearly illustrates is this split between our aeronautical revenue and non-aeronautical revenue. And that's really what we want to share. Just overall, in terms of airport charges, we've given you here a comparison in relation to the African continent, just to show that even in South Africa, we are amongst one of the lowest in terms of the airport charges that are charged in the rest of the continent, with Mogadishu, Lusaka, and others in the thousands. And we're able to demonstrate here that our charge is at 484 and basically contributes towards, in Johannesburg, one of the relatively lower elements. This is despite the fact that in terms of infrastructure investment, we're probably the biggest airport, the most advanced airport in the continent, but still we've managed to do this even with low charges. Airports Council International is able to do this assessment for us and also be able to compare us internationally, and what they illustrate is that airport charges versus airfares in South Africa. What is actually seen here is a study that shows that airport charges per passenger at AXA have effectively declined between 2019 and 2022. And effectively, at the same time, the South African airfares increased by 30.5%. And this picture changes slightly when we come into this current period because of the tariff, but that's something that we'll talk about as we get there. So this one shows the aeronautical revenue versus non-aeronautical revenue. And on the other side, we're then able to show you the airline cost breakdown, which basically would indicate where ATC and airport charges constitute 7.6%. If you recall the previous slide, I said global average is about 5.1, and I said I'll come back and talk to the South African one, and in the South African instance, this is the actual, this is the African one, which would show you the instance of 7.6% in relation to the total. Overall, international benchmarks also show our aeronautical revenue per pax, and that is a clear indication at world level. They are sitting at 2 times what AXA is. We're around 6.5%, $6.7 between 2022 and 2023 and 2028, and the global average is 2 times that of AXA in relation to this particular, and this applies to what is called the single till environment. We've done a typical airline ticket for South Africa, which really gives you the structure of how it operates. Base fare is up to about 5,000. Fuel surcharge, which is basically up to 30,000. That's the high level we indicated, that 30% cost. Passenger service charge is 103 from ourselves. Landing fee is up to 8,000 per airline, per aircraft, subject to the size of the aircraft or the airline. And then CAA charges their own amount. Whole baggage screening is 24 rands. Air navigation is up to 10,000 per flight. And then there's a fuel levy. Our parking basically is up to 1,000 rands, also depending on the type of aircraft. And then VAT is 15%. And those generally, that's a cost breakdown of how airlines incur all of these charges on the airport platform. Passenger service fee is one thing, but the aircraft incurs the landing fees and the parking fees that are indicated in that instance. So how have we been dealing with this matter? And I think in our own context, as I said, we have aeronautical, non-aeronautical revenue, but also we are regulated by the Economic Regulating Committee. It reports to the Department of Transport. It behaves like a NERSA, and is a NERSA regulator of how we do our business. They set our tariffs, and they also check the quality of services that we deliver. We have something called service standards, which we report to them on a regular basis, and they meet out the economic regulations that govern our business, but also they just ensure that we don't abuse our monopoly position and protect the interests of the public and the users, and I'll be able to demonstrate that as well. So that's the structure of the fees that are incurred. These are based on the aircraft maximum takeoff weight, domestic landing fee, regional landing fee, which differs from the international landing fee for the international airlines. And basically we apply to all airlines regardless of whether they are full cost or full service carriers or whether they are low cost service carriers. They are prescribed and they are regulated, and we do not differentiate whether they apply to the low cost or the full cost. The landing fee is then calculated also on the basis, but it's including, this is how it is derived. We are able to then deal with operational costs, CAPEX requirements, non-aeronautical revenue, investor returns, upset depreciation, traffic forecast, and a new thing that has been introduced by regulators called an efficiency factor, which they charge us in terms of the returns that we make in order to just encourage efficiency on our part. Prior to the economic regulator establishing this, we had established our own operational efficiency index, which actually helps us to operate on an efficient basis. But now we've substituted with the regulators one. And then corrective measures are employed on us. If we do not spend the capex that we were given and the tariff for which it was granted, the regulator applies a clawback, which basically means they take away the unspent monies, and that is a consequence that we all avoid. This is the tariff between 2019 and 2028. The permission has been issued recently, and just to indicate that during the COVID years, we had a bit of a lacuna where the regulator was not able to operate effectively and give us the permission, so the permission was delayed for a bit. And where we ended up is the agreement on tariffs that were just to maintain us for the period, and that was the 3.3% and the 3.1%. But the new permission was then issued. It was effective from 24-25. That means April, exactly 1 year ago. And that started with a 4.5%. They've given us a tariff increase of 10% in this particular financial year we're going into, 6.5% in the following year, 62% in 27, and 4.5% in the 28. Let me indicate that in our original application, we had asked for a tariff increase over 2 years, which basically would have allowed us to invest in the capital quite early in the cycle, also because of the COVID delays. But the regulator was quite clear, in the interest of the public, South Africans could not absorb a higher tariff once off, even if it's in the first 2 years, and they decided to do what we call the spreading of the tariff increase over the period. And that's how the spreading has then been applied. Other than that, it would have been applied on a basis of 17.5% and 17.5% in the second year, and then 0 for all the other 3 years that follow. But we ended up with this spread tariff increase in order to minimize the impact on the public. This basically is the tariff for departing passenger services, and that gives you an indication. The blue one, which is on top, is for international passengers. The regional one is red, and the domestic one is indicated in the gray, and those are the amounts at a passenger service level. We then give you an indication of what that does when we collect that tariff. It comes back and contributes towards our revenue, and what we show there is the split between aeronautical and non-aeronautical in the revenue that we collect, and that 47% in 25, 48% in 26, and that's our budget. We never know what happens, things can change, but we've budgeted those amounts of revenue generation over that period that is derived from both the tariff and the parking fees. We also show that over that period, we'll be able to see an annual growth that is indicated in that bottom table. When we've received that particular tariff, our responsibility is then to go and raise the funds, but also invest the capex that basically improves the asset and is able to facilitate the operation of the business. On the bottom graph bar chart, we illustrate our 5-year capex expenditure as part of it is budgeted, and we also illustrate that a large part of it is what we call the 21 billion for capex that's now available to us through the permission. The largest amount, more than 65%, is now scheduled for refurbishment and rehabilitation of airports. And that's where it's going to be spent. Those yellow bars illustrate the amounts we're going to spend on refurbishment and rehabilitation of the airport assets across the network. And then the bottom table shows you a 5-year budget. So it goes beyond that 27, 28. It takes us up to our budget for 2030, and that gives you a clear indication of where we'll be spending the capex in the period. This also illustrates the approved traffic forecasts. Our assumptions and our models are based on traffic forecasts, but it also shows you the movement between 2019 and 2028 in the various areas with domestic, international, regional, and non-scheduled. At the bottom, we've provided you aircraft movements. The top one is passenger numbers. The bottom one is aircraft movements, which also illustrates that significant growth. Non-scheduled is private jets, small aircraft, etc. By definition, their PAX numbers are very low. They have 1 or 2 people, but their frequencies are high, which is why on the aircraft movements you have them showing a big number. This is the Transport Economic Regulation Bill. I thought we had indicated that we don't want to spend too much time here. It's really for the committee's understanding that even our current regulating committee is going to operate under different rules. The president has signed this and it's been promulgated. I think the Department of Transport is working on its implementation. And principally what this does is it removes an economic regulator that is dealing with two aviation entities into a framework of an overall transport economic regulator. And that basically is a matter that we think this committee and others and the Transport Committee would be dealing with. And they have certain impacts on how we start to operate from the single economic regulator into a joint arrangement. And we've just spelled out some of those implications that will benefit us in the long run. By conclusion, Honorable Chairpersons, I think what we really are highlighting is that there are certain implications that are coming from that bill which will have consequences on how we operate, such as in relation to the economic regulator itself and various other changes that we will see, even in terms of how the permission is written and other changes we will see. Overall, we then conclude that, one, we have a solid, in line with ICAO principles, a solid arrangement with the economic regulator. Our charges are determined in line with ICAO principles, and particularly DOC 9082, which we were quite instrumental in influencing the outcome. So the aviation sector has changed that to a new dispensation that is post-COVID, and that airport charges generally contribute less than 8% to the airline's direct costs, and that we apply uniform charges. We think that's important, whether you are low cost or whether you are full service carrier. The differentiation, as I illustrated in the graphs, only applies where it's got to do with different segments. So whether you're domestic, regional, or international, that's how we differentiate. The airport charges, they consider operational costs, capital expenditure, asset depreciation, traffic forecasts, and reasonable investor returns. And importantly as well, we strike a balance between financial sustainability, competitive pricing, whilst maintaining our core mandate, which is to provide world-class airport infrastructure and service standards. Honorable Chairpersons, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mpofu, thanks a lot for the presentation. You are going to be followed by ATNS. Ms. Paswana. ATNS. The platform is yours.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Pinky Paswana. I am currently the acting chief financial officer. The acting chief CEO could not make it as something important came up that he had to attend to today. So I will be taking you through the structure of the ATNS charges. So in answering the questions as were asked by the portfolio committees, the first one addressing the role in the determination of the charges that are imposed on the low-cost carriers. I think maybe just as a start, just to confirm that the charges that ATNS charge the airlines are not differentiated based on whether the airline is a low cost or otherwise. So just to highlight that the charges are determined based on the weight of the aircraft and the type of the movement. We have what we call the aerodrome charge, TMA, which is terminal control area charge, and also the area charge. The charges, as I indicated, are applied uniformly to all operators based on the weight and the distance, and we don't distinguish between the low cost and other carriers. Any aircraft weighing above 5,000 kgs gets charged the 3 types of charges that ATNS charges. However, there's a differentiation with the aircraft that is below 5,000 kg that operates within the OR Tambo aerodrome, and with those we charge aerodrome and TMA charges only. We don't charge the area charge. I've already indicated that we don't charge differentiated costs. And that is based on the regulated airports, which is your 9 AXA airports, as indicated by my colleague from AXA. We have also what we call non-regulated airports, or rather internally we call them small aerodromes. This will be your regional airports, including Lanseria as part of the non-regulated airports. So the charges that we charge these airports are based on the services that our air traffic controllers that are stationed at this airports service. So we have air traffic controllers that are stationed at these airports that service these airports. We have got contracts with each of the airports, and we negotiate and agree on the rate that we charge individually. And this is reviewed on a regular basis, depending on the timeline of the contract. In terms of the role that ATNS plays in the charges, as I indicated, we don't differentiate. We have an overall way of determining the charges, which is regulated, as the previous speaker has indicated from AXA. We are part of the same regulating committee. We are regulated by the same regulator, ourselves and AXA. And the process is that we then submit a permission application. The permission application that we submit to the regulator is basically to request for the regulator to give us tariffs or tariff increases on the charges so that we can cover our operating expenses and our CAPEX expenditure. And before we provide the permission application to the regulator, we consult with the stakeholders. The stakeholders being the industry stakeholders, ASA, BASA, IATA. We follow a modular approach wherein we've got different modules which we review with the industry. For example, you will have your OPEX and maintenance module, your CAPEX module, your traffic forecast module. All of those modules go through the airline representatives to indicate to them what our plans for the next 5 years. The permission is given for a period of 5 years. And we then go through our requirements, and we get inputs from the industry representatives. And we then, based on the inputs that we get from the industry representatives, we then calculate what we deem fit in terms of the tariff that ATNS can charge the airlines. Once that process is completed, we then provide the information to the regulating committee, and the regulating committee is the one that determines the tariff that ATNS can charge, and this is taking into account all the information, all the input, and just balancing the needs of ATNS as well as that of the airlines, as the charges that we charge the airlines will then filter down to the passengers. I think as indicated by AXA, we've seen that about 4.1% of the cost of the airlines comes from ATNS. Basically the regulator is there to balance, to make sure that we are not overcharging and we are also remaining commercially or financially sustainable. The approval and the gazetting of the tariff, the approval of the tariffs goes through the Department of Transport, through the Minister's office. Once the regulator is comfortable and happy with the tariffs, then the minister will give us the approval, then we gazette the tariffs. And the gazetting process takes about 3 months in line with the ATNS Act. And in the main, this is just to allow the industry to come back and if they've got any issues on the tariffs as we have applied them, so that they can give us input if we need to make any adjustments, if there's any issues that they see in terms of what we have gazetted. And then just to answer the next one, the charges that ATNS impose and the purpose of the charges. So the charges are based on the approach document, which is a legal document that the regulator follows. This is the approach document is derived from Doc 9082, which is the ICAO policies on charges of airports and air navigation services. ATNS bills air traffic charges for services such as aerodrome control, approach control, area control, flight information, air traffic advisory, and alerting services. So we are basically on a cost recovery principle, although we do include in our charges a certain return fee, since we are not a non-profit organization. So we have a break-even point that we calculate, and on top of that we calculate a return that ATNS gets based on the regulated asset base and the rate of return which is agreed with the regulator, and as well the rate of return that we calculate also goes through the consulting process with the stakeholders, just to look at the fairness in terms of how much ATNS is getting. And the purpose of the charges basically is to ensure that ATNS can meet its financial obligation and deliver services in a cost-effective manner. We also adhere to agreed service levels. We, just like with AXA, we have service standards meeting on a quarterly basis with the regulator, just to indicate where we are in terms of the plans that we would have made in the permission for the 5 years, and also for us to remain financially sustainable. And when we look at what influences the charges, as I've already indicated, we have your regulated asset base, which we then use to calculate the return. The rate of return, as I've indicated, goes through the processes. This is basically just the profit that ATNS generates. We then recover our operating costs, our capital expenditure. In terms of our capital expenditure, we will then provide our plans to both the industry and the regulator to say this is how much we're going to spend for the next 5 years. And we then start to charge the spend on the CAPEX once the assets have been commissioned. So when we are still building the assets, before the assets are brought into use, there is no tariff for that. The tariff only starts applying as soon as the assets are commissioned, and we start charging depreciation, which is then calculated and become part of the tariff. We have the traffic forecast module, which we then look at the forecast for the traffic to see how the traffic will pan out in the 5 years. We look at the movements, basically, since ATNS charges an aircraft based on the movements. And also, in addition, as indicated, we've got non-regulated revenue. Non-regulated revenue contributes to about 16% of the total ATNS revenue. In the main, in terms of our non-regulated revenue, we've got the the non-regulated airports or the small aerodromes, as I've indicated, and we have other businesses in Africa that we provide communication services in the form of what we call NAFISET and VSET. This is communication equipment that we provide for the North African regions and the SADC regions, which we assist them with communications, and this is the majority of where our non-regulated revenue comes from. So if you look at the regulated formula, what we then do is we deduct the non-regulated revenue from the calculation of the tariff, just to ease the burden on the tariffs that we will charge the airlines. And we look at all the non-regulated revenue, be it is generated in the country or outside of the country. That becomes a deduction so that the tariff itself can be reduced. Whether there's a difference in the charges, as I've indicated already, that ATNS applies a uniform charge to the aircraft based on the weight of the aircraft and the distance that the aircraft has traveled. And this is in line with the approach document and the ICAO policies on charges, which advocates for no differentiation on the charges or no discrimination on the charges. So the next slide, I am just then indicating the stakeholders. These are the stakeholders that we consult with in terms of our consultation process and coming up with the charges. We've got ATNS, we've got the regulating committee, and we've got the industry. The industry is represented by AZA, BAZA, IATA, and as I've indicated, ICAO Doc 9082 also guides in terms of what we do. We have consultation processes. We also have what we call a financial committee on an annual basis with the industry to go through the financial performance of the entity. So once the permission has been given, we then go back to the industry to indicate how we have spent the money so that there is fairness and transparency in terms of the money that we are recovering from the airlines. The building blocks will basically just be a repetition of what AXA has already indicated. I think the main thing as well, maybe for ATNS to highlight on this slide, is that we also then gets charged a clawback if we do not spend on our CAPEX, as I indicated earlier, that our CAPEX spend, we focus our CAPEX, we focus what will be depreciation, and the tariff then is based on forecasted depreciation. So if you don't spend, that depreciation actually does not happen. Therefore, then you have basically overcharged the airlines because you have not met your CAPEX plan. And in that, then the regulator will then do a calculation for a clawback, which will then be spread or affect the next permission tariffs. And that would be it for ATNS. Thank you, committee members, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We're now going to get from Transport Space the last presentation. Ms. Khoza, South African Civil Aviation Authority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs of the two committees in this joint sitting, the honorable members of the committees, senior officials from government departments and entities. The South African Civil Aviation Authority is presenting at the invite of the joint committees how we determine the fees of the regulator, but perhaps to set the scene, Chair, it is important that we just give a brief overview who the South African Civil Aviation Authority is. It is a regulator for civil aviation in South Africa, paying specific focus on aviation safety and security, which is done consistently with the International Civil Aviation Organization standards and recommended practices. But as we do so, we also need to be mindful of the local context. Chair, in terms of the determination of the charges and fees, our role or the role of the regulator, in order for us to discharge the mandate, which is as per the Civil Aviation Act, we collect fees which are broken down. As you would see, Chair, we split how the spread of the fees was before COVID, as well as post-COVID. Pre-COVID, you would see that what dominated in what made up the main income stream for the regulator would have been the passenger safety charges, which of course would be followed by the user fees and the fuel levy. And then there's funding from the Department of Transport, which is not necessarily to fund the activities of the authority, but it is mainly to ensure that the investigation mandate of aircraft accidents is carried out. And therefore, when you see Department of Transport, it's not because we are partly funded by the department, but it is really to ensure that the investigation unit, which is housed within the Civil Aviation Authority, is properly funded and they're able to execute their functions accordingly. And you would note, Chairperson, that in the next, if we are invited again, that part will fall off because the Amendment Act makes provision for the separation of that unit from the regulator. Excuse me, and it's going to be a standalone unit, and that Department of Transport line will then fall off. I think we're just waiting for the proclamation by the President of the Amendment Act, which will then see the creation of the standalone aircraft investigation unit being independent from the regulator. And then, of course, there will be other income which will be collecting, whether it's interests and so on and so on. Chair, the SACA, or Civil Aviation Authority, is, as I've indicated, just on the breakdown, but maybe just to expand, to give more meat in terms of when you talk about the passenger safety charges, the user fees, which and the fuel levy, which in the main constitute the main income streams for the regulator. The passenger safety charge is levied in terms of Part 187 of the Civil Aviation Regulations, and it's applicable to all departing passengers. And it's collected by all airlines, and it's paid over to the Civil Aviation Authority. I must indicate, Chair, that this collection of these fees does not discriminate between the full service carriers and low-cost air carriers. For as long as you are an airline offering a service, there is a passenger safety charge that is levied on the passenger ticket. I will give the indication in terms of the numbers in the next slides. We then have the user fees again, which are charged in terms of Part 187 of the Civil Aviation Regulations, and this includes air operator certification, which of course are based on the size of the fleet. We do charge currency fees based on the weight of the aircraft, as well as the licensing obligations relating to, as the pilots get licensed, there is a charge, cabin crew, maintenance engineers, etc. We then have the fuel levy, which also is charged in terms of the Act. And this is mainly related to cargo operations as well as charters, and mainly the general aviation activities. I must indicate, Chair, that the fuel levy is not applicable for aircraft where passenger safety charges are applied. So there is no double dipping. And this one is only applicable to air cargo aircraft, for instance, the charters, and any other where the passenger safety charge is not applicable. In terms of the breakdown of these fees, passenger safety charge per passenger ticket as of today is now 32.19 Rand. The fuel levy per litre is 23 cents. And the user fees, we've got a schedule of services, and there are applicable fees to each and every service. Chairperson, we would like to again underscore that as we did indicate, the passenger safety charge are applicable to all passengers on scheduled commercial airlines. Fuel levy applicable to charter operators, cargo operators, and the user fees applicable to all operators which require regulatory services, including licensed personnel. The SACA is, as I've indicated, Chair, empowered to collect these charges, empowered by the Civil Aviation Act 13 of 2009, and we do impose these fees. And the model that was adopted by South Africa is that we use a user charge pay, and to that extent, all charges are then levied from the users. They are increased on an annual basis, and we use a consultative process with the industry through the Civil Aviation Regulation Committee, which is distinct from ATNS and AXA. We have an established Civil Aviation Regulation Committee, which sits on a regular basis to make a determination of these fees. Upon acceptance, they are then submitted to the Minister of Transport, who then consults with the Minister of Finance, and those fees would be approved if they are found to be in order. So that would be the process that is followed in terms of ensuring that we have a fair way of charging, which is not determined only by the regulator, but it goes through a consultative process to determine those fees. Chairperson, I think that really concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masina, if you could take over and deal with.
Thank you very much. I must say, Co-Chair, I'm very impressed that this sector is led by females. It's a very, very good thing that we must take note of. Very, very impressive. We will continue to engage, but let me call the last presentation. I think we're doing well in terms of time, from National Consumer Commission. Over to you, Acting Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to both chairs of this committee. My name is Harding Rachisusu. I'm Acting Commissioner of the National Consumer Commission, and as the Commissioner of the Competition Commission of South Africa, she saw me here. She said, well, she'll announce also that I'm substantively Deputy Commissioner of the Competition Commission. So she's sending a signal that I should stay where I am in the Commission. I am with Ms. Prudence Moilwa, who's Divisional Head, Complaints and Investigations. And good morning to all honorable members. I'll be presenting about the investigations that we have done, particularly the main one. The focus of today is the investigation into the conduct of overbooking and overselling of prices. by fly surfing. The outline for purposes of the portfolio committee also on transport, that I'll go through the mandate of the National Consumer Commission, the legislative framework applicable to overbooking and overselling. There is a complaint we'll touch on historically that we looked at, the fly surfer investigation, and then we'll conclude. The National Consumer Commission is established in terms of Section 85 of the Consumer Protection Act of 2008. The purpose of the Consumer Protection Act is to promote and advance the social and economic welfare of consumers in South Africa generally, and in particular, low-income persons or persons in low-income communities, those who live in remote, isolated or low-density areas, minors, seniors, or other vulnerable consumers, and those that are illiterate, vision impaired, or with limited fluency in the language the information is presented. The other purpose is to protect consumers from unconscionable, unfair, unreasonable, unjust, or otherwise improper trade practices, and to promote a fair, accessible, and sustainable marketplace for consumer products and services, and to establish national norms and standards relating to consumer protection. With respect to overbooking and overselling, the Consumer Protection Act has specific provisions that deal with this issue. Its sections, 19, 22, 41, 47, 48, and 49, and I'll briefly explain what that is. It is prohibited in terms of section 19.2 for consumers, for suppliers broadly to overbook, and this particular provision entitles a consumer to receive services that they paid for as agreed with the supplier. Section 22 gives the consumers the right to information in a plain and understandable language. Section 41 says it is prohibited for suppliers to market goods or services falsely or in misleading or deceptive manner. Section 47.2 is specific to overbooking, and it's quite clear that overbooking or overselling is prohibited, of course, under very limited circumstances. Section 48 prohibits unfair and unreasonable contract terms, and Section 49.3 obligates suppliers to draw to the attention of the consumer certain terms and conditions that limit the liability of the supplier. So these are provisions that we have initiated the investigation against Fly Surfer on. We looked, and I won't spend much time on this because this is just a case that we want to demonstrate, some historical cases, quite an old case, but it illustrates what could happen in a particular situation. This involved one time, which was once a low-cost airline that operated between 2004 and 2012. After a failed business rescue process, the company filed for liquidation and grounded all flights. The NCC initiated a probe into the conduct of the company, And particularly if we're just looking at whether the company continued to sell tickets, but this usually happens in these situations. But we could not proceed with this case because of liquidation, so it was subsequently closed. Now on Fly Surfing, in January 2025, this year, the NCC observed concerns on social media against Fly Surfing following an incident where a consumer booked a flight and paid, and on arrival at the airport, the consumer was informed that there was no seats available. Other consumers raised similar concerns, citing the impact of overbooking, in particular the following: that they missed appointments, it disrupts their travel plans, and the need for adequate compensation because of overbooking. On 8 January 2025, the National Consumer Commission then initiated an investigation into the conduct of overbooking and overselling by Fly Surfing to assess compliance with the Consumer Protection Act. And I've had commentary that we should be extending this to other airlines, but the information we have so far points to this specific airline. What we have picked up in the public, in the media, are some of the responses by Fly Surfing, saying that overbooking is a common practice in the industry in order to keep prices affordable. So implying that overbooking is done to benefit consumers. Some indicated, commentary is every ticket sold is not a guarantee that the passenger will actually show up, and asserted that there is no overbooking. If there's no overbooking, airlines would have more empty seats, and consumers would need to pay a higher fare to cover the costs of those empty seats. These statements were not well received by consumers, and this is something that is the subject of this probe from the National Consumer Commission point of view. The progress thus far on this investigation, we did notify Fly Surfing of the investigation on the same day of the initiation, on the 8th of January 2025. We have received an initial response from Fly Surfing on the 30th of January with a lot of supporting information and data. However, further probing of the submissions by Fly Surfing is required. We do note, and we have noted what other airlines have said, and they've rebutted this kind of practice, but we will be focusing our attention on the matter at hand. We also intend to engage with the Department of Transport's regulatory authorities in the airline space so that we can get more context to this, if any, or if there's any further input we can get. We had planned to conclude this investigation in the first quarter of 2025-26, and this is what we had said in public. However, given the volume of information to analyze the investigation, we are planning to complete this now in the second quarter of 2025-2026. And chairpersons, in conclusion, I just need to emphasize that the Consumer Protection Act prohibits a supplier from accepting payment for goods or services that do not exist. So suppliers must not offer services or products that are not there to consumers. because the Consumer Protection Act will kick in. Given the nature of the allegations against FlySafair, this is a priority investigation. And from the NCC side, you say consumers in the country that are affected by this practice are urged to come forward and provide information that could assist the investigation, as this investigation is still underway. We've picked up on social media, but they can contact us directly also, so that that can be considered as we are looking into this matter. Chairpersons and honorable members, thank you very much. That's our presentation.
Thank you very much. For the purposes of trying to manage time, I will request, obviously, I'm sure because it's a small room, we can see members to not afraid to just step out and quickly grab tea so that we can proceed with the meeting. I will now open for conversation with regard to all the presentations that have been made. And members, let's be mindful that we must allow at least all members, most of the joint committee members, to contribute. But just before that, it did come to our attention on the 5th of January that in the official X account of FlySafair, that they did acknowledge, and we will share that with yourself, that they are overbooking. It's what they're doing, and we think that the law is very clear in South Africa, so we want to ensure that there is finality on the matter, and so that those that are affected, because we are here on behalf of the people of South Africa, it can't be that there is a daylight robbery and we say or do nothing in law. So I will now allow members to raise their question. I'll be mindful of the time so that we get everyone to comment. Over to you, members. You will also help me with the members too. Yeah. So start with the
Honorable Nsinga, you'll start. You, maybe let's just start here, Honorable Masina, and then follow the line.
Okay, Member Gama, you'll be first. Can I just see all the hands so that we just try and... Yeah. Member Gama, Member Langa, and Member Mutana. And then Samastu. Member Kigaba, Member Tring, Deputy Chair, Member Kobe. We'll move in that order and then we'll conclude. Okay, Member Mazwi, Member Nchingila, and then there was a hand there.
Dr. Nsinga, you'll conclude.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're closing it short.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all of the members present, and thank you to our excellent panel of presenters. Your presentations were very clear, they were concise, and they had a sense of urgency, but also importantly, they were vivid.
Yeah, if we can just introduce ourselves. I'm told by the comms team that they're going live somewhere in one of the channels, so they would like to pick up our names as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Siyabonga Gama. I'm a member of the Trade and Industry and Competition Portfolio Committee. To the CEO of AXA, I'd just like to understand the lending fees, the categorization and the discrimination of the lending fees as it relates to domestic lending, regional lending, as well as international lending. It would appear to me, although you didn't say so, that probably there is a lower fee for domestic, and then a slightly higher fee for regional, and then a higher fee for international. It's an assumption that I'm making. It's not something that you yourself have said. I'd like to understand the conceptualization of the discrimination of landing based on origin, rather than, I think you've indicated that in terms of mass and all of those other things, there's no discrimination, but this one around where the airline originated from, for me, it's something that does not seem or appear to be something that is probably well thought through, or I cannot understand what could be the rationale for discriminating based on the origin of the airline. When it comes to ATNS, I've noted the presentation and the fact that everything is done based on the regulatory asset base. There have been instances, especially on the East London route, where airlines have been unable to land for a considerable amount of time at the King Palo Airport, Ekoloni. Is there a specific reason for that, whether you could not be able to get a rebate, or you could not be able to actually charge for the required service that resulted in that, or it is because of something else, maybe a maintenance failure on the part of ATNS in terms of existing assets? And then to Commissioner Tsepe, where we have other regulators, is there some type of MOU that is in place between the Competition Commission and those regulators, so that we do not get over-regulation, but there could be discussions in terms of the manner, form, and content of the competition issues that need to be dealt with, so that we do not have an avalanche of regulators trying to look at the same issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings again to both of you. Greetings to Portfolio Committee members. Greetings to senior officials of our entities and our supporting staff. Maybe, Chair, let me first also join my fellow member in welcoming the presentation from the officials. And also, Chair, I can't help but would like to share your sentiments, or echo your sentiments rather. It's quite exciting to see our sisters in these very important roles in our country. You know, I was thinking maybe Mr. Rachisusu was going to give Miss Prudence a chance, so that it's just full complement of women. Chair, I will start with the very last presentation. Maybe in the interest of time, I will just shoot to the question than providing even a preamble. To the National Consumer Commission, Mr. Rachisusu, given that the CPA prohibits suppliers from accepting payments for services they cannot fulfill, what potential consequences could flies face?
Honorable Member, if you could speak to the mic, ne?
I'm told.
Speak to
and
the
now
mic,
this
yeah.
thing is, I'm a
Put
tall
it
man.
straight, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the viewers at home, they can't hear what we're saying.
Okay, noted, Chair. To National Consumer Commission, Mr. Rachisusu, given that the CPA prohibits suppliers from accepting payments for services they cannot fulfill, what potential consequences could FlySafe face if found non-compliant? And what further regulatory actions could the NCC take to prevent similar occurrences in the airline industry? Number two, what steps has the NCC taken to encourage affected consumers to come forward, and what kind of evidence or documentation would be most helpful in supporting the investigation into FlySafe's overbooking practices? Number three, how might consumer testimonies and complaints influence the outcome of the investigation, and what legal or financial remedies could be available to those who were negatively impacted by FlySafe's actions? The last one is, how is the NCC intending to keep the affected passengers abreast on the progress of the investigation? Then I will go to SACA, Ms. Khoza. How have the changes in SACA's fee structure, including the passengers' safety charge, fuel levy, and user fees, affected different stakeholders such as airlines, charter operators, and passengers? And what measures are in place to ensure affordability and industry sustainability? Number two, what were the key factors driving the two observed increases, the user fees and the fuel levy in the 2024-25 financial year? And how does the SACA justify these increases in relation to its operational mandates? Number three, ATNS. Number one, given that the aerodrome and the TMA access charges apply to aircraft under 5,000 kilograms only at OR Tambo, how does this policy influence the operational decisions and financial viability of smaller aircraft operators at different airports? Number two, how does the maximum certified mass-based charge structure ensure fair cost distribution among different airline operators, and what impact does this have on smaller aircraft operators compared to larger carriers? And the last one, to Competition Commission, Tsepe. What factors have contributed to FlySafe's dominant position among low-cost carriers? The last one will be, given the high cost of scaling operations in the airline industry, what barriers do small competitors like Lyft face in effectively challenging FlySafe's dominance? And how might regulatory interventions support a more competitive market structure? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next one is Member Tring. Oh, so Mtamastul. Oh, sorry, even before you, Member Mutana. So.
Maybe, Chair, to emphasize to members that you must really speak to the mic, because this topic is a topic of great interest to South Africans, and they are seriously following, so they should be able to hear the questions you are asking.
Thanks, Chairpersons. Chair, I assume that we've got three entities in here, or rather two committees, and I think the chair of the Trade and Industry and Competition Commission added the third one. I think you recognize someone as deputy chair. So I assume that we've invited also parliamentary villages here. Chair, just on a serious note, thanks for the presentation. I think that they give quite a good insight on how pricing works in the civil aviation sector. And I was quite happy with what both AXA and SACA gave to us, and to some extent, I think ATNS. Chair, I'm particularly worried about the presentation from the Department of Transport, because I agree with your view that when citizens are abused or exploited, we should have interventions and everything. But we received a presentation from the Department of Transport, my former employer, that says we'll leave things to the market. Surely, I mean, that can't be acceptable. The Department of Transport has got all the instruments, in fact, to change and make interventions. But saying that the pricing and everything, in South Africa, when you say we are leaving it to the market forces, you are basically saying that those with economic power must make the decisions, and those without should basically be at the mercy of the powerful. And I don't think that should be a position that comes from government. So I think that is something that, if that is a current position, I think that is something that the department needs to review, because we'll be left to the mercy of the powerful market forces. And we know that when we break that down, what does that mean? Chair, I want to raise a couple of issues in respect of the Competition Commission. I think the presentation alluded to the issue about the market structure. And I thought that you'll elaborate, because if we deal with pricing in isolation, we'll be dealing with basically the effects and not the costs of the big challenge that we face in this sector. The first issue, of course, that I want to raise is the distinction made between the different airlines based on strategic focus. But I think the cost structure, particularly for your FSCs, are based on the size of the asset base. So the network, the entire network they control, I think that is very important. And we've seen also some of these FSCs, and I think SAA is doing part of that, where they're paying attention to issue about route profitability. So it's not just the domain of the LCCs. But what I wanted to hear from this presentation was an assessment as to the current market structure. Is it the right kind of market structure we have? Can South Africa's aviation sector afford to have so many? Because remember, competition is an instrument of development. It's not a religion where you allow as many entities, even if when there's what you call quite a lot of companies that where no one has got profits, is making profits, and they can invest in the future of the industry. That's a policy matter that I think the Department of Transport should look at. So from the competition point of view, is an assessment, are we having the optimal level? Can the market, and I think that assessment is a basis upon which we decide what kind of pricing structure and the type of regulatory structure. But we seem to be taking some ideology somewhere about what market structure we require, what is the role of regulators. And I hope CEO of AXA, if you look at the regulatory regime that we have in your sector with the regulatory committee, in fact, it allows a situation where you regulate effectively with tariffs, access, and everything, but at the same time, it allows you to fully exploit your assets for the development of the company and its sustainability. But South Africa seems not to learn from that. So the implications that I learned from this is what does it mean for policy and what does it mean for regulations? Yes, let's deal with the individual complaints and cases, but let's deal with the bigger issue about the market structure and related issues. Finally, Chair, I think when you look at competition in this sector, one of the major things has been the landing of a lot of aircrafts, international aircrafts. Now, the Competition Commission, and I think you'll correct me if I'm getting it wrong, the Competition Commission assumes that this duty is to regulate and look at fair competition. Yeah. If an airline from abroad, whether it's American airline, whether it's the ones from the East, land here, you need to look at the structure, because the number of aircrafts that are dropping here, they could be subsidized back from home. And therefore, it in itself distort the prices, particularly in a situation where you've allowed these guys to land everywhere and pick passengers, whether from Cape Town, Durban, and all of those things. So I'm saying in a nutshell, Chair, that whilst I'm asking for that clarity, if you deal with these so-called exploitations of passengers, but you don't deal with market structure, and whether it's at an optimal level, or whether we can afford 2 or 3 in our industry, we'll actually be missing the very point of this conversation. Thank you.
Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair and Chair. Mtramashtu. It's Makashule Ghana, a member of the Transport Portfolio Committee. I think it's fair to start this input, which will just focus on the Competition Commission. It's fair to start it by saying that we don't have much of low-cost airlines in South Africa. And the starting point that I feel, if we don't get to be honest, is to then accept that we have two different kinds. Whilst FlySafair will have entered as a low cost, it can't be said that they are low cost now. And we must not look at it as low cost on the basis that when they entered the market, there were other players that they were competing with. Now they are just a monopoly and behaving like any other airline. So let's just get that straight. And so the investigation that was done as ComAir was going down to the Competition Commission, or went down, which was monitored. I think he monitored it for 6 months, that there's no, taking advantage and hiking prices, which from the presentations that we had today, Chair, from AXA, the ATNS and so forth, indicates that the drivers of the high ticket prices, it's not the charges, it's not the airport charges. I think it's just something that the airlines are doing there. Then obviously the airlines needs to, as subsequent, now that we have been empowered by this information, the airlines needs to come and then say, all right, what you received, either they have to dispute that the information that we received is wrong, or they must come clean to say, we are considering other things. Because the only difference between, I will say, and I'll use the national carrier, the only difference between SAA and FlySafair now is that SAA is beef or chicken, and the other side you buy a muffin. That's the only difference. Other than that, it's the same. The prices, in fact, in some instances, FlySafair gets to be more expensive. Now, if you get an instance where FlySafair is more expensive than SAA, and I use SAA, not Airlink, then would this still qualify as a low-cost carrier? Other than in terms of the beef or chicken and the muffins that you have to buy on the other side, what are the other criteria that are being used? And are we looking at them? Because I think we need to then accept that in that space, there's no longer competition. Because it can't be said that there's a competition is between Lyft and FlySafair, where FlySafair almost has got, assuming that we still classify them as a low cost, 90% plus of the market. If we want to continue classifying them there, then they are a monopoly in that space. But I will argue that they are not operating in that space. So just to check, in terms of their pricing, maybe for the purposes of this investigation, you will then keep them classified as a low cost. But in terms of their pricing, because you had done that 6 months monitoring, what is happening in that space right now? Because if you look at the graph that was presented by AXA, which showed how FlySafair has kind of grown massively after COVID, obvious, due to the demise of the other players in that space. And there's this thing, it became a big issue and then it disappeared. I don't know who responds to it. around the ownership of Fly Safair. It was a big story, and many people got interested to that. And I don't think in this morning's presentation, anyone touched on that. And maybe anyone who has got a bit of information in that regard could very well respond. And where are we with that particular matter? Is that something that Fly Safair has got to answer, or who has to come and answer to say these are the implications of this continued ownership structure of Fly Safair, and whether this ownership has got to do with what's currently happening in that space. I think we do as Parliament, before we get Fly Safair, because they do need to come. Both on the, so I take from the Consumer Commission that they haven't concluded their investigation. So I don't want to go in there, because if I start asking questions, they will say, no, the matter is still under investigation. So I won't ask there. But when that is concluded, when Fly Safair comes, then these are some of the questions that needs to be answered. Now that they are dominating the market. So I'll pause there, Chair. But like I said, there's a space for Fly Safair to come and answer. And other airlines, not only Fly Safair, I don't want them to say that I targeted them. Airlink as well needs to come and answer, but I think Fly Safair more, because even the Consumer Commission looks at their conduct. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Tring.
Thank you, Chair. Wayne Thring, a member of the Committee of Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. Chair, let me go straight into my questions to be economical with time. To the Competition Commission, you mentioned in your presentation that COVID and the variables related to the volatile oil fuel prices have upset the airline industry, with many, according to your presentation, failing to recover from these exogenous shocks. Now, this first question also applies to the Department of Transport. Do you believe that our reduced capacity to refine our fuel has also impacted on the increased airline prices, noting that we've lost some 50% of our refining capacity since 2020? My second question to the Competition Commission, are you able to tell the South Africans whether, in the view of the Competition Commission, that our low-cost airline carriers are in compliance with the competition and consumer protection laws? Chair, to the Department of Transport, deregulation worked pre-COVID, when there were numerous airlines, according to your presentation, when there were numerous airlines and healthy competition existed pre-COVID. However, post-COVID, this has changed, where you do not have that particular competition that existed pre-COVID. So this has changed, and in essence, and I think Honorable Gama mentioned this, what we currently have now is what is leading to what is looking more like a monopoly, particularly within the low-cost airline sector. But in addition to that, there's a plethora of sectors, from the South African Civil Aviation sector, South African Civil Aviation Authority, AXA, Air Traffic Navigation Services, the regulating committee, the Air Services Licensing Council, that are there to actually regulate and hopefully bring down prices. But now, to bring these airline councils and authorities together, the Transport Economic Regulator was set up to standardize and lower fees. How far has the TER come in applying the necessary regulations or legislation to reduce airline cost? As it has been said that the TER is not yet fully operational, despite legislation being assented to. And then also to the Department of Transport, has the department also looked at duplication that may exist with regards to charges, fees, tariffs, and costs from these various bodies that I've just mentioned? If so, what are these? If not, why not? Then to AXA, you've covered my question with regards to the percentage of airline and airport and other admin costs that are charged per ticket against the world average. 5% world average, I think you mentioned 7.6% in South Africa. It's still slightly above the world average. So the question then is, are you able to bring that slightly lower so that it actually meets that benchmark, world average benchmark of some 5%? You have, in terms of tariffs, a 10% tariff, a 6.5% tariff, 6.2%, and a 4.5% tariff increase over your next 4 to 5 years, 2025 to 2028. This equates to a tariff increase of some 6.8%, call it 7%, against the CPI currently, which is 3.5 or so, 4%, in keeping with that band that your Reserve Bank seeks to keep and Treasury seeks to keep inflation at. You are essentially applying for above inflation tariff increases, right? That average of almost 7%. Should the tariff increases not be benchmarked against our CPI? And if not, why not? Understanding that administered costs in particular, that's your tariff costs, electricity costs, transport costs, are key drivers of inflation that inflict hardship upon our population. So should we not be seeing tariff increases that are benchmarked against current inflation or CPI? To the ATNS, in your participation process that you've mentioned, I did not, and while I saw public participation as being a part of that, as a member of the public as well, I have not really seen or heard of your public participation process and how you involve the public within your, particularly within the funding models. So how is the public involved in your participation process? Chair, almost done. To the South African Civil Aviation Authority, passenger safety charges make up between 61 to 71% of your funding model. The next highest fee is your user fees. Can you unpack this? Why is it that these passenger safety charges and your user fees make up a large percentage, over 80% of your fees? And is the public included in your consultative process that you mentioned? And then to the NCC, Chair, and I would conclude with the NCC with the final general question. What are the limited circumstances which allows, you mentioned there's limited circumstances which allows for the overlooking, the overbooking or overselling? What are these limited circumstances? You also said that you stopped the investigation with One-Time Airline because the company went into liquidation. But surely if there's been corruption, if there's been illegal conduct, you still go after the directors or whoever it is that has been complicit in conducting illegal activities, even though the company or the airline may have gone into liquidation. And then when penalties are levied against guilty parties for contravention of the law, it appears as if these particular penalties actually go to Treasury. Am I correct? So this creates a little bit of a challenge because the victims actually are your customers. The victims are the law-abiding South African citizens. Do you not agree that we need to revisit this so that government is not perceived to be benefiting off the pain of victims and customers, particularly in the airline sector in this case? And then finally, Chair, concerned citizen who has some experience as a trainee pilot asked this particular question just yesterday, and he said he's concerned about the number of with regards to low-cost airlines, whether the times that your pilots and the safety regimes applicable to airlines that are in the air per day, the amount of hours that the pilot is in the air per day, airlines in the air per day, and whether the regulations and the safety regimes are actually adhered to. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nchingela, if you can come in.
Thanks, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, and also to welcome the presentations from the department and the agencies. I'm a bit disturbed by the legislative processes that are being implemented by regulators that are market-based, because we seem to continue to linger on business certainty and investor confidence kind of narratives that promotes fear for growth and development, but also not giving opportunity to new entrants into the aviation industry. And if we are to develop and transform and fully industrialize to a point where we can produce our own airlines, we need to move away from that kind of narrative and policy posture and really open up. You know, and that influences monopoly, because you'd find that there's serious appetite from other sectors of our nation and citizens that would ordinarily not be given an opportunity. Now, if pricing is deregulated, now it gives freedom to airlines to make, let's say, regressive pricing policies. So they would most definitely decide to take a route-based profitability kind of an approach than a service that seeks to make sure that our transport is efficient, affordable, and it serves the interests of the nation in terms of development and growth. Because they will consider factors of the ticket prices would be very expensive, because some of the airlines would not want to take that route. And the passenger demand. I'm talking this on the basis of one having to take a flight to Umtata. There's only one airline there. And it's quite expensive. And now if I'm a business person wanting to conduct business in that particular area for growth and development and employment creation, I would not be able to do that, because it means I must drive and spend long hours on the road, and it impairs on my activities and approach. So what are the measures in place to ensure that such is mitigated? And secondly, on the Department of Transport, from its policy framework, what is so difficult from centralizing migration? Because you find that international flights land everywhere in the country. And that kills the LCCs. If we were to centralize migration to OR Tambo, like it happens in any other country in the world, now our local carriers will be able to have more business because they will take whoever to wherever. And that would not have been the case if we had for the situations and companies like LCCs like Mango would be highly subsidized by government. So what I would maybe just give an explanation as to why are we running away from really centralizing migration into OR Tambo. And these regulatory frameworks are not necessarily fostering healthy competition, because our policy postures are lingering on four aspects. It's industrialization, it's transformation, governance, localization, and sustainability. And this presentation don't give us the transformation figures in terms of the pertinence of ownership, management, and control, but the participation of small, medium enterprises as well into these entities. What are their level of benefit or opportunity that are there? Because we are not getting it. As much as we are engaging on the issue of the unfair practice of fly affair, I was also a victim yesterday flying from Durban to Cape Town, that which is also a problem. We don't have SAA on that route. Now we're subjected to overbooking, and where you can't even check in online. It's a first come, first serve kind of basis, but we're busy doing other things. If I don't make it to the airport 40 minutes earlier, you miss your flight. And this comes to the issue of on the NCC. Your competition measures and regulatory framework should not only come when there are problems on investigation, but it ought to happen on a regular basis. Maybe your scope of practice, including the budget, might not be adequate, but have an MOU with these entities so that there are regular engagements and monitoring and evaluation processes, so that we also assist and protect the consumer, but also that also improves and sustain the business activities of those that would want to travel on a regular basis. Because we miss appointments, we miss meetings, we come as if we are unprofessional in most of our activities. So, and I think what is not happening, I've never seen these entities in our communities. Do you do roadshows? So that everyone knows what you do as part of the stakeholder engagements and public participation? We would want to see you more, because a lot of young people in our communities who are our constituents, they don't even know that there are opportunities in these entities. Thus you find 80% of university students are doing HR, and others are doing town planning, but we have a land issue, and you find a huge unemployment because there are disparities in what we are trained for. So, and theology, by the way. So, we want to see more roadshows, and so that people understand, because some of the factors are that it's information-based. The regulator, who to complain to, and what regulations or what avenues or remedies are there for them to raise. Even if they have proposals, policy proposals, they don't know where to go. So be visible more. I think that's a request that you are making. I think, Chair, I think I've exhausted the little question.
Thank you very much, Member Kobe.
Thank you so much, Chair. Before I start, I think I'd just really like to appreciate the presentations that were received, particularly, I think, from Ms. Mpofu, who was very, very, I think, elaborative in terms of explaining what the entity does. But I'd like to raise a few concerns. I think I'm largely covered by the honorable members that spoke before me. But I'd like the department maybe to walk me through the legislative deregulation that was done, and maybe if there isn't a need for a conversation of what maybe we need to go back and review that legislature. I think when it came in 1990, it was on the assumption that when we create a much more competitive environment, the passenger is the one that maybe gets to benefit because of low cost and high competitiveness at that level. But this is not the case now. Even in 2017, when you had reviewed it, it was pre-COVID, before Fly Affair started to monopolize the air industry, especially in low-cost carriers. Is there a need there for a conversation where we need to start looking at reforms to not make it hard or increase entry barriers to potential low-cost carriers that might want to come into the environment? And maybe to ask the department if the 10% that they are incentivizing and maybe giving, isn't it a little too little in terms of supporting airlines? think that needs to be looked at, and also subsidizing low-cost carriers that might potentially want to get into the space. I'm also concerned about the application of tariffs across all, regardless of whether it's a full-service carrier or a low-cost carrier. I find that a little bit problematic, notwithstanding that you have had low tariffs and it has been reducing each and every year. What I think that it does is that it does not make the environment more competitive, especially for low-cost carriers, and I think it also works as a barrier. I think we could maybe use, for a lack of a better word, an example of a toll gate where, you know, we can work on a low cost, on a cost base, but we charge each carrier according to what they're able to then give as a low-cost carrier or full-service carrier. So maybe that funding mechanism, that needs to be looked at. Also, the question of ownership, I think Honorable Gama has touched on it. I know that the South African Civil Aviation Authority is very, very stringent on ensuring that it's capped at 25% in terms of foreign ownership. But with the recent information that has emerged, that FlySafair actually has 75% of ownership, foreign ownership. And given that it is maybe the only airline right now that is existing, what are the remedial measures that the Competition Commission will take in this regard? So you don't have an option to choose between too many airlines, so you can't exactly shut it down. So what do you do when you have an errant airline that enjoys monopolizing the space? How do you ensure that there are remedial measures to them misbehaving in the space? Also, I'd just like to know, just if maybe I could have a reason for why the US-Nigeria cargo was cancelled. The routes between the US-Nigeria cargo was cancelled. I believe that it was profitable and it was able to profile South Africa on an international scale. Why was that cancelled? And also, what is maybe the market segment between cargo and the market ratio between cargo and passenger to date within the airline space? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Blower, yeah, you'll come later.
Yeah, no, let me just get closer to the mic, Chair. No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe I must start by commending the members of the committee. I see they've adopted the EFF way, Chair, of you introduce yourself. You say your name, your surname, and then you speak. So we're very happy to be leading.
Is that the EFF way?
It's the EFF way, Chair.
Oh.
But no, look, Chair, so my name is Mazwi Plose, a member of this committee, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. We also have to compliment, Chair, the woman who has given us the presentation. I think we must agree also as a country that in order to run this country properly, we must just give it to women. I think we might do a better job as a country, Chairman. Yeah, I think we can all agree, Chair. And I see the two chairs are males, so it points to a problem as well. We ought to have females. There's no woman representation in that front table, Chair. No, but look, Chair, let me just get into the issues. I think, Chair, I think we are tiptoeing around FlySafair, and I don't like the approach, because we see them monopolizing the space, but we seem to be tiptoeing around it, including the Department of Transport, by the way. And the members have asked this question, and we need an answer regarding this, because we have amplified this issue that the deregulation in 1990 was necessarily based on the American concept, and it's based on a concept that there's competition in the market. So now times have changed. So you can't come to us at this time when you see that the market is shifting, there's no competition in the market, there's one dominant player in the market, and we're still saying that we can't regulate the market. And there was the first presentation, I can't remember, the first presentation was from the Competition Commission. They did say that a solution to this is to introduce new players into the market. But how are you going to introduce new players into the market when you already have a dominant airline that is overpricing, that is overbooking? It's just doing it as it's pleased, and we are just tiptoeing around it. And I'm not happy with the NCC, because the NCC says to us, FlySFA acknowledges or they agree that there's overbooking, and they say it's a common practice. And then NCC says to us, no, then these statements were not well received by customers. And on the next slide, then you say to us that other airlines tell you that flights are sold only to the seating capacity of the aircraft, and overselling flights amount is unethical business practice. So when as NCC, what are you saying? I'm not hearing your views on this thing, but you are just telling us about an investigation. These people have literally confessed to unethical business practice. And when you are telling us here that no, what are you investigating? There's an admission here, and there ought to be consequences on that. Again, FlySFA was found wanting most recently that they were not even compliant with the local ownership patterns of the country. Again, what's the accountability on that? So FlySFA is just doing as it please. It's unaccountable to anyone. They're not compliant to anything, and they're just operating as freely as they want. And the reason they're overpricing and overbooking is because they know if you come late, not even if you come late, if they overbook, and then they're unable to give you a seat in that flight, they give you a seat in the next flight. So we are only getting this because there are certain people who have come out and complained. By the way, there are a lot of people who have been subject to this, including ourselves. But because you are there and you are looking for a flight and you need to get to where you are, you don't even have the appetite to complain. Because we rely on these regulatory bodies to keep these airlines in check. And if you guys are not going to do your work, then we are seriously going to have a problem on this. So, Chair, I really want to hear the appetite on the Department of Transport to say, do you really think that in the current form, it's really in the best interest of the country, it's really in the best interest of the airline industry to just leave these markets unregulated and leave it to capital, if I may put it that way, to really just determine the prices and everything else? Yeah, I think I would have covered in those issues, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member? Do the EFF way we are told.
Thank you to the co-chairs and greetings to the House. My name is Talente Kupega. I come from the Portfolio Committee of Transport. I think, Chair, I'll agree with both Honorable Ghana and Honorable Blose. In that, number one, we are tiptoeing around FlySFA. I don't know why we've got soft gloves on them, because we should be calling out everything that they're doing as it is. And I too would like to know what the issue is or was with the ownership of FlySFA and how that was solved, because it all of a sudden just died off. We didn't hear what happened to it. And then, Chair, we used to have low-cost airlines. We no longer have them, and I think that's an opinion that's out there, because for low-cost carriers, FlySFA enjoys and holds a very dominant position, with only competition coming from Lyft. Now, the question there, or the first question I have, is that dominant position not a man-made or deliberately made dominant position, and that would be made by regulation from the Department of Transport?
And has the sector not made it easy for FlySafair to operate? Because you can't tell me that with all of the airlines in the world, is FlySafair the only airline that sees viability in doing business in the South African context? That can't be. And then to the Department of Transport, I see we've got an acting DDG. These acting positions we have taken as a committee. We don't like this acting business. Need to be permanent, so we can hold you accountable properly. I see also with ATNS, the lady that presented was also acting. Would like to see the ladies being made permanent. And yeah, again, back to the DOT. It says the pricing for all domestic air carriers is currently deregulated. Does this mean airlines may do as they please? Because I don't understand what the deregulation is about. Why are they deregulated? Why is the department not regulating them? And then next one is airlines can file a complaint regarding anti-competitive fares with the Competition Commission. With FlySafair operating close to 90% or dominating about 90% of the airspace, who's going to complain? Are they going to complain about, to themselves? I don't quite catch that one. And then on the National Civil Aviation Policy 2017, domestic air carriers pricing should remain deregulated. I also, please speak to us on that one. Why must it be deregulated? And for market access, the Air Services Licensing Act requires air service licensees to, and I quote, provide safe and reliable air services. The question there is, what about the cost? Are they not supposed to provide cost-effective transport fares? And then, Chair, as I'm about to land, the ATNS, we must note with concern, there was an article that was published yesterday in The Citizen, 31st of March, 2025, that the employees at ATNS are complaining about unbearable work environment at ATNS. They're complaining about a jobs for pals situation. The morale at ATNS has hit rock bottom because of bullying, favoritism, and the manipulation of procurement processes. This is all in the article that was presented there. And we must also note that there is a mass exodus of air traffic controllers. 4 tower controllers left in November 2024. 4 radar controllers left in December 2024. The tower pool manager left in February 2025. The Minister Creasy suspended ATNS CE this month. So I'm not sure if this is the correct platform to talk about that, but like I said, Chair, we are noting it, and ATNS needs to look at that. Between ATNS, SACA, and AXA, it is said that the charges apply uniformly for all airlines. The question there is that the industry standard in other countries as well, not to charge, for instance, foreign flights more for services provided? And I think Honorable Lucky Montana mentioned that some of these airlines come from countries where they are subsidized. So are we charging them the same amount of money that we're charging local flights? The question there would rather be, why is that? And then finally, on the National Consumer Commission, FlySafair's public responses, we must note that they're not acceptable at all. Saying that overbooking is done to benefit consumers, that is disingenuous. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Honorable Dr. Hansinger.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Chris Hoensinger. member of the Transport Portfolio Committee, and I would like to thank the joint chairpersons for this joint committee opportunity really to discuss an important matter to both of us. Thank you also to the presentations. They were very informative and very insightful, very professional. Chairperson, the focus definitely is on the investigation, but the theme really is about charges, fees, tariffs and costs. Charges in relation to pricing, fees in relation to the person or the legal entity, tariffs in relation to the duty, and costs in relation to the company or the services rendered. But I find it a bit complex to understand how the fare in both forms relates to the determination process of charges, fees, tariffs and costs. What are the elements and the components of these costs? And I'm referring to a unit cost methodology which is often used. I think AXA and SACA to a great extent gave us insight in the transparent way in which this is determined. But really this definitely calls for a revisit, because I believe there are a lot of factors that remain hidden to lower flying cost. A bit more specifically, in the differentiation of the two classes of a low-cost carrier and a full-service carrier, between AT&S, AXA and SACA, do you differentiate between those two classes? Do you charge less to a low-cost carrier than to a full-cost or full-service carrier, and in what way? Because AT&S navigates aeroplanes in and out in the same manner, whether they're low-cost carrier or full-service carrier. In the same way, AXA awards parking space to all these aeroplanes, irrespective of what class they are. And similarly, SACA delivers the same professional service in ground support and handling of both of these classes. So, question directly to the three entities. Do you differentiate between low-cost carriers and full-service carriers? I found it a bit surprising, probably because of a shortage in knowledge about the topic of the benefits that entities derive from fuel charges. AXA, in their presentation, shared with us that on slide 15, the typical fuel and oil proportion of total cost on that pie chart is 33.4%. And on slide 4 then, in terms of the South African compilation, the fuel and oil charges isn't mentioned. So what would that be, if you could share that with us? Lastly, Chairperson, I was also affected by Fly SAF Air overbooking, left standing in Joburg after flying up in the same morning. And I really find the submitted reasons for that, it's common practice and benefit to customers, really surprising and totally unacceptable. It just cannot be. And I thank you for the invitation to add to the complaints. I'll certainly add my complaint to that. For the rest, I'm covered. Thank you, Chairperson.
You are using your privileges very well, Honorable Member. Member Kikaba.
Thank you, Chairpersons. Excuse me. Now, when you look at the booking ticket, one of the things that appear there relates to non-regulated charges that are said to belong to, it's called the ACS charge, owned jointly by the airline associations. What is this charge for? Why should the airline, you know, it's like you go to McDonald's You buy a burger. And then they say, do you want to donate R2 to charity? You say, no, take your profit and give it to charity, because when you take my R2 and give it to charity, you are not going to say to the people who are receiving the charity that this R2 comes from me. So you are going to keep the profit from the money I paid for the burger, but you are going to take my R2 and you are not explaining to me how my R2 relates to your corporate social investment that you are going to be giving to charity. And I'm not going to get any credit for my donation to charity. So use the profit that you will get from me buying your burger to give to charity. Now, we pay for the ticket. You deduct many things. And on top of that, you then take from me to pay yourselves this so-called ACS charge that belongs to all the airline associations. Why? Why don't they pay themselves from the profit they make from me buying the ticket from them? Who sets this charge? And why is it unregulated? And how much is this charge? Just so that we have some sense. Secondly, and I was not advocating for people not to donate to charity. So, secondly, the operational costs of the airlines. How do the operational costs of the airlines in South Africa compare to those in other regions and countries? Let's say, for example, elsewhere on the African continent. And what factors contribute to any significant differences? Thirdly, when liberalization and deregulation was introduced, let alone at the beginning of the 90s, because there we can easily blame the apartheid regime, but after 1994, it was said that it would be beneficial for passengers as it would make the tickets cheap, it would offer a diversity of packages and services to passengers. Quite clearly, that it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't seem like that. Not only has it destroyed SAA's market share as the national carrier, the beauty of having a national carrier, besides its many other benefits, is that you've got your flag on the skies, you can see it in other countries, you can use it to employ your people, to train your pilots, to implement your policies much better and easier than other airlines can. Now, so the developmental benefits of having a national carrier are quite evident. But this policy seems to have worked in the opposite direction. So I don't share the view that it was COVID-19 that actually destroyed SAA and its market share. It's a whole lot of our policies. It was not only selling it for 51 rand that dismally failed, evidently a stupid decision, but it was also a series of policies introduced which were not communicating. So on the one hand, you want to run a profitable and successful national carrier, but on the other hand, you are destroying its capability to survive in a very complex environment where it runs old aircraft that are not fuel efficient against airlines that are dominant and are well subsidized. Because the conversation we kept having in South Africa that no, SAA must be competitive was not backed up by the policy framework that enabled it to be competitive. Your Emirates, various other airlines are well supported by their governments. And in our case, we then kept adopting, on the one hand, a policy framework that was cannibalizing SAA, but on the other hand, we were demanding that SAA must not only produce profits, it must also ideally declare dividends to the shareholder. Now, in view of the recent policy changes, is there a conversation at the level of the shareholder about how the policy framework will be made conducive to SAA returning to financial sustainability? Or there is still an underlying view that one day we can still sell it for 55 rand, you know, if you include inflation. Plus inflation. So I'm trying to understand, leaving the jokes aside, you know, I'm trying to understand what is the thinking now in terms of a coherent policy that will support our national carrier. All countries support their national carriers. We cannot think that we are not allowed to. The fourth question is, what is the impact of regulations and taxes on the tickets, on the ticket prices? And what impact do these have on competition among airlines? The fifth question is, how does the presence of low-cost carriers influence ticket prices for full-service carriers? Because, again, we sit here, we don't see the benefit of having this differentiation in terms of the low cost and the full service carriers. We don't see that the benefits of that differentiation. Because at the end, I think as one honorable member said, the difference is that on a low cost carrier, you buy the food, but on a full service carrier, you get served with a box of something that has dried fruit. But the ticket prices are pretty much the same. So, what are the benefits of having this differentiation, and what does the presence of the LCCs have? What influence does it have on ticket prices for full service carriers? The last two questions, Chair, is to what extent do airlines in South Africa rely on ancillary services? I'm asking this because on ancillary revenue, I'm asking this having made the remark earlier about the non-regulated charges. But the package fees, seat selection, and so on, it seems that the customer, the passenger, is paying for a lot of things, just a lot. Your package, selection of seats, do you want a more comfortable seat, pay extra. But my understanding is that, take for example the full service carrier. It offers business class, it offers economy class. And then there was a time around 2013, 14, where SAA offered, particularly for continental flights, it also offered premium service. So somewhere above economy, but just below business, but it enabled you to have more leg room, it enabled you to also have a extra package. So how do these ancillary services supplement ticket prices? And what's the impact of this on overall passenger costs? And finally, Chair, let me not ask, because I've referred to the cannibalization of the SAA market share by policies of liberalization and deregulation. Thank you.
Thank you. The co-chair, Silamle.
No, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I think you have assisted in laying the ground to assist us to really move towards achieving the object of this meeting, Honorable Masina. From my part, Honorable Masina, two things. And it goes to all the bodies that are here today, starting from the Department of Transport. DDG, if I'm in London and I'm asked, do we have LCC in South Africa? What must be my answer? And I think all of you need to come into answering this question. Do we have low-cost carrier in South Africa? And what characterizes it? Because from where we are seated and from where honorable members are seated, as they are correctly saying, I think we need to be blunt. I think they are diplomatic to a great extent. We might have been diplomatic in raising it. The question is, can we sit here as honorable members and tell the people of South Africa that we have low-cost carriers in South Africa today? And as Honorable Gigaba is saying, what will be the difference between LCC and FSC? In the eye of a consumer, not in your policy prescriptions. In the eyes of us as consumers seated here, what can you tell us that there's the difference? LCC does this to you and FSC does this to you. Can we have that answer? Yeah. Two, Flash Affair is a ball in the crawl. I think we must move from that premise. Flash Affair by its own concession and NCC says it is true that we are doing it. They considered in terms of whose law? Who gave them the room to violate the law and do that which they say, yes, we have to do it because it's in the best interest of the consumer? We, as the people of South Africa, or we on behalf of the people of South Africa, we are the only ones who act in the interest of the people of the Republic. Why? Because the people of the Republic have given us the mandate to act on their behalf. We put the law. Someone comes first with the problematic issues that honorable members touched on in terms of ownership, fine, noted. But he then when his own bona fide is still in question, he does create his own laws and want to operate with those particular laws. And he says, no, I'm putting these laws because it's in the interest of these people because they don't know what is good for themselves. Over and above doing that, when you miss the flight, this particular flight where you are overbooked, and they create a reason, by the way, for you to even miss it, they still charge you the penalty of missing it. But then NPC, you then come and say, we are still investigating, the investigation is broad. Understandable, because you are not only investigating this aspect. But on this aspect, you no longer have a room to invest. There's no need to investigate because that concession has been made. Why don't you, as you are busy investigating other things, why don't you pass a determination on this one that it doesn't need further investigation? Why? What impedes us? Because you have committed a crime, other matters are still being investigated, but on this one I have accepted. I stole 2 rand. Why am I not being given a verdict on this one that I've done wrong and I've considered I've done wrong? Because the problem we have here is that there is some sort of glove handling and glove management of this operator. Now this operator gets the benefit of being an LCC, but even still operate above, even in terms of other price. If you compare other prices, even charges more than the national carrier, who's also treated as an FSC. Things like that. So I think you need to come very clear, and the departing point to all of you must be, in the eyes of consumer, where you are, do we have LCCs in South Africa? Thanks very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much to all the colleagues. I will also try to paraphrase because in the main, the colleagues have raised quite a number of questions. AXA, can you take the committee into confidence on this company, the ACS, which is jointly owned by the airlines as well as the association? How is this funding being managed? That's the first question. And who benefits from it? And are you accounting, who's accounting for it? Because this is a mystery that the people of South Africa have not been told. So the second thing is, Member Kobe refers to the 2001 incident of code sharing, the US-Nigeria cargo issue. Can you say today that, in comparison, how is AXA doing with regard to the two areas, cargo vis-a-vis passenger, footing? And somewhere in your presentation, CEO of AXA, you say that AXA is operating 9 airports plus 3. But what you are not telling the committee is that actually you are operating outside South Africa, in particular with India, with Bidvest. Can you tell us how did that transaction, I know you won a tender somewhere, but how did Bidvest get to work with you as the state-owned entity? How did you select it amongst the people of South Africa? Because this is one mystery that is not told to the people of South Africa. So we would want you to take us into confidence with regard to that issue. Again, Mrs. Khoza, so in 1997, there was a strategic alliance between SAA, SA Express at the time, and Airlink, which, in the view of the people of South Africa, benefited SA Airlink, which is not a South Africa, which is a private sector firm. They got, you must take us into confidence. They got, I know between you and Sisimpumi, you will take us into confidence. They got free access to SA Technical,